Meat, 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 meat. Bags, bags, bags. Meat, 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 meat. Bags, 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 bags. Meat, meat, meat. Ah, how dare you, Kanye? How dare you? I have no agua. I'm empty. No agua, no agua, no agua. Hallo. Hallo, 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 ihr Lieben. Und willkommen auf den PoorDeadMan Show. Ich bin PoorDeadMan und wir spielen today Project Zomboid. The great and powerful return to my Extinction run. The story of Shannon Whittington, who has survived 14 days and 3 hours in Extinction. She's got 356 zombie kills. And we are going to have a blast today playing Extinction, single player. It's going to be good. I'm not sure if you're aware, but a new and recent update just came out to Project Zomboid that fixed a number of things in the game. The angle that I went with for my recap of the update was PvP stuff. They fixed so many multiplayer desync things that I think finally multiplayer PvP is getting good again. And so that, my friends, is exciting because it means that Project Zomboid is getting better every day. Years and years of free updates. I paid $30 for this game like 11 years ago. And they continue to make it good and better than ever. How exciting. How exciting. But meatbags, murder's on the menu. Project Zomboid is the name of the game. But before we get ahead of ourselves, timeliness is godliness, and you showed up right on time. So it is up to me to welcome you. Welcome back, Karingar, who was here first today. Welcome back, Kaito. Poison Heart, our executive producer. Welcome, Poison. Mwah, 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 mwah. Good to see you. Good to see you. Welcome back. Thank you all for lurking in the show before the show. That's the pre-show. I appreciate that. I appreciate you doing that. Welcome back, Pinky. Welcome back, Captain Crunch and Bruce. Hello, hello. Welcome back, Rusty. Good to see you, Rusty. Welcome back, Canuckman. Good to see you, Canuckman. Hello, friend. Welcome, 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 one and all. Hidden Squiddy with the lurk, the unlurk, the lurk burk, the burk alert. What's up, Craig? Welcome back to the show, Craig. We're just getting started. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So many people already in the chat today. You guys are pumped. I'm doing some Zomboid. I love to see that. Mikey, hello, Mikey. Hello, Mikey. What's up, Apex Reaper? Apex the Peeper Reaper. Good to see you. He said, I finally have beaten the Resident Evil 3 remake. I finally beat that damn thing. How long were you trying to beat it? Welcome back, Brickfail. Long time no see, my friend. Mwah, I missed you. Welcome back, Joker. Good to see you, Joker Chef. How you doing, buddy? What you been gaming? Yes, yes, show off your bones. Show off your bones. There's even a new leaderboard. Let's see if it's working. Let's see if it's working. It should show on my website if it's working properly. And it should say it's been updated today. Let's see. Last updated 5/19. So it has not updated. Okay, good to know. Good to know. It's supposed to run automatically and update. Good to know. Good to know, game. Good to know. Good to know. Jesus. It's all Pinky's fault. It is Pinky's fault. It is Pinky's fault. You're not wrong. It is Pinky's fault. It is Pinky's fault. What did she do this time? Pinky, damn you. Pinky, damn you. YouTube Infinite Bone Glitch. Welcome, Nolze. Good to see you. Yeah, well, the bones are updating because I can see your amount of bones in the chat updated, but my website didn't update. I have to look back at the code that does that. Good to have you guys. Good to have you. Having dinner time. What are you eating for dinner, Craig? I had a piece of pizza this morning for breakfast. It was homemade pizza that I made last night. Deep dish, Chicago style. And I ate a cold piece of it this morning straight from the fridge. Cold pizza is good as warm pizza. Isn't that crazy? What's up, Evanet? Good to see you. What's the plan today, says Evanet. The plan today is we are going to play Extinction mode again. Specifically, my Shannon Whittington run. We're 14 days into the Extinction apocalypse with just over 350 zombie kills. We're surviving on the outskirts of the town. So the plan is to continue that survival. Deep dish pizza is not pizza, it's heresy. Dude, no, I didn't put any anchovies on it. It had pepperoni, black olives, green olives, and onions. I would have liked to have put green pepper, but they didn't have any when I went to go buy it. They didn't have any. They were all out. I live on an island, so we don't always have everything. Yes, Shannon is still alive. We didn't touch Shannon last week because I played Zero to Hero with Frosty, but this week I'm going to do my single player. No, I didn't put jalapenos on it. I don't like, well, that's not true. I do like spicy food and I do like spicy peppers, but not on pizza. Yeah, pepperoni as a snack is pretty good too. You can have just pepperoni or salami. The folks working on the last gas station released their roadmap for 2026. Oh, Mikey, that's that gas station game you were telling me about. It looks good. You like it because the main character's a furry, I know. Is the Zero to Hero run going to go on pause? I don't think so. We played it twice last week. I don't think it's on pause. But this week I'm going to do my single player. We'll keep doing that. We can't abandon Zero to Hero. Shona Fei will curse us for all time if we do that. Yo, welcome back, Kit. Good to see you. She says, I learned how to operate a lawnmower today. Was it a push mower or a riding mower? Deadman, quick question. You like chicken, right? Yeah, I love chicken, bro. Well, if you get to make a chicken sandwich, it is good when you have it air-fried chicken. An air fryer is great. It's basically just an oven. It's essentially just an oven. And oven-baked chicken is possibly the best way to make chicken. That much is clear to me. It's healthy and delicious if you do it right. It's an oven, but quicker. More accurately, it's an oven, but smaller. I think it still takes roughly the same amount of time to cook stuff in it. At least for me, like when I cook fries I like to toast my bread in it. I like to toast my bread in my air fryer. But it does have like a fan. It does have a fan, which maybe that's what makes it quicker, huh? Because it's blowing the hot air directly on top of your stuff. Because it is a much smaller space. I have an air fryer, yes. And I do like my air fryer. I like it, I'll be honest, I use it mostly for toast. Because I don't have a toaster. But maybe I should go buy a toaster. Yeah, I like to put my chicken in the oven on a pan and let it cook that way. That's probably the best way to cook it in the healthiest way. But you can also, I live in Asia now, and so a lot of times we stir fry our chicken. We slice it up and we stir fry it. But now you guys have got me thinking. Now you guys got me thinking real hard about a damn oven baked chicken, which is so good. Especially if you put like some shredded cheese on top with some Parmesan and oregano on top of it. Oh my God, it's so good. If you buy a toaster, make it a toaster oven. Best kind ever. The good thing about a toaster oven is you can cook your French toast directly in it, right? Because it's got like a pan to catch any drizzle. I mean, I don't eat a lot of French toast, but yeah. It is delicious, isn't it? Wet oven chicken. Oh God, wet oven chicken. Cherry pie is pretty good. Okay, I love cherries, but I've never had cherry pie, or I have, but it's been years and years and years. My favorite pie is key lime pie, followed by apple pie, followed by pumpkin pie. But my all-time favorite pie isn't a pie at all, and it's shepherd pie or chicken pot pie. Either one. Man, I haven't had a chicken pot pie in forever. A pinkie pie. Yeah, I love some pinkie pie, let me tell you. I usually make French toast on a skillet, says Nolze. That's how I make it too right now, currently. I make it on a skillet. But if I was going to get a toaster oven, I guess I could make it directly in there and it would be delicious, right? French toast is my 3 a.m. guilty pleasure. Why not? Why not? I don't need to heat up my pizza, frankly. I think cold pizza is delicious. I think cold pizza is delicious. You know, Kit, I love riding lawnmowers. They're so much fun. They're way better than a push mower, especially if you got a big property to cut, a big property to mow. Here on the island, we have so much volcanic rock poking out of the ground that I don't even use a mower. We just use a weed whacker and go over the whole property with it. You should try to make chicken and mushroom pie, British style. Oh, I do like mushrooms and I do like chicken. Fried chicken, white rice, and corn. Hey, that sounds like a good meal. I've had that many times. Does Pinkie Pie have pink food coloring or something? Well, it's more like a purple hue, but yes. It's ube colored. Breakfast pizza is great. Cold pizza at midnight. Oh God, perfect midnight snack. Yeah, so I made homemade pizza last night. I made the first one on the 29th of May. It was the boy's birthday. We celebrated him, and I made homemade pizza for the first time. And everybody here was real skeptical. Like, you're going to make our own pizza? Why don't we just order a pizza? And I was like, listen, there's three places you can get pizza on the island. You can get it from Pizza Hut, which is basically just lots of bread. You can get it from Alberto's, which is a very, very thin pizza, and the toppings are not that great. They're very low quality toppings. Or you can get it from the authentic Italian place, which is run by an actual Italian. But the problem is, he does have good ingredients, but his prices are kind of absurd. And I just knew in my heart I could make it better. So on the boy's birthday, I made us a homemade pizza. Now, I had two choices. I could use the shallow pan or the deep dish pan. I chose the deep dish pan. And boy, is it good. Boy, is it good. It's delicious. It was so good that Pinky wouldn't shut up. She kept saying, "Oh my God, Deadman, this is so good. This pizza's so good." She kept eating it. She kept eating it. So then I've made it now twice since then, because that's how good it is. The ingredients are pretty basic. I mean, we already make our own bread here at the house. We don't buy bread anymore. We just make our own bread. And we have been doing that now for like a year, making our own bread, our own white bread, our own, cakes. We make all of our own bread products here ourselves at the studio, because the bread out there sometimes can be lacking unless you get it fresh. Like they have this thing here in the Philippines called malunggay bread. And malunggay is like this plant that grows in the wild, and it's got these little leaves. And they take these malunggay leaves and they cook them as part of the bread. They grind it up or something. And so the bread, when you get it fresh, malunggay bread, it's very warm, and the taste and the flavor and the smell is so unique. Yeah, it's malunggay pandesal. That's the name of it. And it's very fresh, it's very delicious, and it has a very unique smell and taste to it. It's not mint, but it's like mint adjacent. It doesn't taste anything like mint, but it's kind of like adding mint to bread. It changes the whole flavor profile of the bread. It's delicious. So sometimes I'll buy malunggay pandesal, this bread here locally, if it's fresh. If I can get it fresh and hot, I'll buy it. But they come in little like rolls, You're not getting like a full loaf. But when it comes to making bread, I just make our own white bread here at the house. And so we make our own cakes, we make our own pizza. Anything like that, we make it entirely from scratch. So for the pizza, I made the dough myself. What's up, Fishman? You gotta try it, Kaito, because the malunggay pandesal is so good, dude. What's crazy is I have malunggay growing all over my property here. So I could just go out and grab some, I guess, and make my own malunggay bread. Yeah, I do like ultra thin crust pizza is also delicious. Dude, Kaito. He's so crazy, that guy. Mint is only for toothpaste and schnapps. Yeah, I'm telling you, malunggay doesn't taste like mint. I'm just trying to think of something that's like a plant leaf like that changes the profile of the bread completely. Yeah. I miss good tortillas. We don't have proper tortillas here, Canuckman. Because we don't have corn flour. We're talking about food, and they showed me a Black Bear hot dog commercial on YouTube, says Craig. What's up, me and Vincent? Good to see you, buddy. Welcome to the Cult of the Dead. We're about to play some Project Zomboid Extinction. I'm just yapping because it's the beginning of the show. Normally I run my mouth. Poison ivy? Yeah, I mean, maybe we do have poison ivy here. I'm less worried about poison ivy. I'd be more worried about snakes. Maybe there's Malungai Pandasol pop-up stalls here, Kaito, but the road that I live on must have some sort of entrepreneur, because he's got all of these motorbikes with a Malungai Pandasol attachment. It's like a hobble, but they bake the bread at the place, and then they load it up into this. It's like a sidecar on his motorbike that's just got a heating element, and he puts all the bread in there on shelves, and I'll see 15, 20 of these guys drive down my mountain road going down towards the city. And they drive around with the speaker, Malungai, Malungai, Pandasol, Pandasol, Malungai, only 5 pesos, Pandasol, Pandasol. And they drive around with this advertisement on their speaker. It's delicious if you catch them. Yeah, he really is. He's got to be. I'm a big fan of spinach being the base of my pizza. Add anything you want on top. Bro, you know what? I don't think I've had spinach in 1,000 years. I don't think I've had spinach in 1,000 years. Spinach is so good. I like it cooked, though. Sometimes when I would go to Subway back in the States, I'd get it on the sandwich, and I never really liked it. When it's fresh like that, I'd prefer it cooked. I went to a Mexican restaurant and had 4 enchiladas, 1 refried beans, 1 cheese, 1 beef, and 1 chicken. Mikey, Jesus. Leave some for the Mexicans. You ate all their food, it sounds like. You hungry boy. You must have been smoking the devil's lettuce before you went in there and ate that. That's hilarious, Mikey. I'm glad you had a good time. There used to be a Mexican place in the States. I would take Pinky to it. If you know the name, please don't say the name in chat. Some of you might know the name of this place. But they would sell a cheesecake burrito that was so delicious as a dessert. It was a cheesecake wrapped in a tortilla, frozen, and then deep fried right before it's served to you. So the outside is this crunchy tortilla shell, but the inside is cold, delicious strawberry cheesecake. Oh my God. Oh my God. It was so good. It was a real mix of flavors and textures, you know? Apex says, God bless you, dead man, you legendary badass motherfucker. Thank you, Apex. I lost my damn headset on that one, Apex. Spinach Alfredo pizza. I do love some Alfredo, dude. Cooked is the way. You got room for a small patch on your property? Oh yeah. Yeah, we got a lot of room here. We have some girls who help with the kids. And one of them has a real green thumb. And she's turned the entire upstairs terrace like all the way around the building. She's taken every time we've gotten like a soda pop, you know, like a 2-liter, she'll cut them in half, and then she'll affix them to the railing on the terrace on the second floor, and then she plants all sorts of stuff in it. She's got tomatoes and peppers, and she's got everything growing. I need to have her grow me some spinach. I don't have a green thumb, and neither does Pinky. For a while, Pinky thought she had a green thumb because Pinky's mama has a green thumb. And so Pinky said, I want to get into planting. I want to get into farming. I said, okay. So I went and I bought her all the tools to like do it at home, you know, the trowels and fertilizers and buckets, and I bought her everything she'd need to pursue this new hobby. And she really got into it. And she really got into it. And she loved it. And then everything she did died. Everything she had planned had died, bro. And she was like, fuck this, never again. She never did it. So it just sat there. And then one of the girls who helped us with the kids showed up and found it and said, do you mind if I use this? Because back home, she's a yaya, which is kind of like a nanny for the kids. She's back home, she's got a farm. And so she was like, do you mind if I use this stuff here? And we said, yeah, go ahead. And so she's turned the entire upstairs into a farm. There's all this homegrown vegetables, onions and potatoes and tomatoes and basil and everything you could think of. She's got it growing up there in these little half 2-liter things. And one of them she said, okay, I'm going to move this now down to the ground level. But she decided to move it where the dogs can go. And so she built this little like fence out of tree limbs to keep the dogs out. And I took one look at it at Pinky. I mean, I got big dogs. I got 70, 80 pound purebred huskies. Okay? And I said to Pinky, I took one look at that thing. I said, Pinky, that fucking wall is not going to survive 5 minutes with the dogs. They're going to bust in there and they're going to eat all of her plants. And sure as shit, they did. Like the same day that she built this little thing. The same day she built it, they busted in and ate the plants that she had planted down there. But the property is so big that we live on, but we use so little of it. I told Pinky, I said, tell her to go out onto the property and grow it somewhere. Not so close to the house where the dogs are, because the dogs only have access to a limited area around the house. My mom is a plantita, but she's only growing flowers. I love that, dude. I love that. I love that. It's good to have somebody around the house with a green thumb. I don't have one. How is it having someone who helps around the house and with the kids, says Canuckman. So here in the Philippines, it's kind of a tradition. They call it the yaya, Y-A-Y-A. What's up, Trench Goblin? Thanks for the follow on Twitch. I didn't know you were on Twitch. I've always seen you on YouTube, buddy. So, yeah, here in the Philippines, it's called the yaya. And they're basically they're a nanny and they help with the kids. And what's great about it is it lets me focus on the show when I do the show. And it lets Pinky focus on behind the scenes of the show. Editing, clipping, doing work for our clients like Poison Heart, our executive producer. All of that kind of stuff, you know? And it's really nice. It's nice. So, and it's kind of a tradition here in this country that people do this. So, finding good help is hard. You know, you can go through people very quickly. We've had a number of them in the past who ended up being like thieves or something along those lines, you know, which is unfortunate, but that's okay. You find these people and you move on, you know. But now we've got a really solid yaya helping out. One of the girls, I taught her all about baking. And so now she's obsessed with baking. And so every other day, while she's watching the kids, she'll make cake, brownies, this thing that they call crinkle, ube cake, whatever. She makes all sorts of these little, delicacies. So there's always some sort of little sweet, thing in the kitchen, which is nice. Yeah, our yaya left us literally with just a letter when we were not at home, says Kaito. Oh, wow. Well, because we work here at the studio, my My downstairs is basically all PDM, and my upstairs is the living area. Because we work and live here, yeah, there's really no opportunity for them to split when I'm not here. I'm always here. But we've had some leave us. We had one girl say, "Oh, I have to go because my husband doesn't want me working anymore." Okay. We had 2 of them leave because they were stealing, and we saw them, and they had to go. So, I mean, you have these things, and we pay them well. We pay them competitively for the area. I mean, wages work a lot differently here in this country than they do where you're used to back in the States or whatever. The wages here are totally different, how everything is done and calculated, and the minimums and the maximums and all of that kind of stuff. So yeah, I mean, we're not paying like U.S. wages, but we're paying a competitive wage, I think, and we give little bonuses too. We always make sure that they go home with some sort of baked goods for their family and a big bag of rice to take home as well. Yeah, Canuckman, it was never like something big. Like, for instance, we had one girl who was just, every time we would go to the store, we would buy wet wipes for the babies. We would notice that we were running out of wet wipes quicker. And then Pinky was reviewing the camera, and she saw that the girl was taking 2 or 3 unopened things of wet wipes with her back home when she would go on her days off or whatever. And yeah, that was upsetting, because it was like if you were struggling, we would have just helped you. You didn't have to do anything sneaky. We would have been more than happy to help you. Because we always try to help our people. So it is small, it is petty, and it's unfortunate that this stuff happens. And here in this country also, because I'm a foreigner, there's this illusion in people's heads that I'm wealthy, when the reality is that I'm frugal. I'm very frugal. I survive on very little. And so I think sometimes there's the idea that like, oh, well, they won't miss this, and that's how they justify it to themselves. But that's not true. We will miss it. It means a lot to us. We budget every dime. We're very careful. I'm the poor dead man, not the rich alive woman. But it is what it is, and the truth is that I love living here, and I love these people with all of my heart. I love the Philippines, and I love my neighbors, and I love the people who are here. And I even though I'm now a permanent resident, I still feel like a guest here. And I'm not taking that for granted, and I'm not trying to speak ill of them. I'm just telling you the realities of being a stranger in a strange land, all right? No matter what I do, no matter how long I'm here, I'm always, in a way, an outsider. You know what I mean? Even though I can kind of speak the language now, and like I said, I'm a fixture of my village. I've been here now for almost 5 years. I've been here for almost 5 years, and I've been in this one spot. So I'm a fixture of my village. And there are a couple other foreigners that live nearby us, even further up the mountain. But apparently none of them are friendly. It's a common thing here where people will tint their windows, and there's no law on how tinted it can be. So people will tint their windows this dark, where you can't even see through it at all whatsoever. And they'll just drive through the village with their tinted windows, and they don't do nothing. Well, when I go down through the village, I roll my windows down, I wave at everybody, I smile, how are you, how you doing? And so everybody around in the village, all the locals, they call me the friendly foreigner, because I'm friendly. So I'm kind of a fixture of this place at this point. So I love it here, man. I love it here. I don't have any I don't have any gripes. My only gripe is traffic, actually. That's my only gripe. The stereotypes about Asians not knowing how to drive are totally true. They have no idea. They have no clue what they're doing. Once they get behind a motor vehicle, they are lost, and you are in danger the minute that happens. Trust me, it's true. Okay? I remember when I first came here back in 2018, and I rented a car, and rather than somebody cart me around, I drove myself around. Well, when I went back to the States and I was telling my good luck, everyone, I'm turning. Exactly. Precisely. What's up, Zombified? When I went back to the States and my friends were like, oh, you went to a foreign country. You were all the way around the world. What happened? What was it like? Ugh. And I'm telling them all the stories. And every time I would tell a friend that I got to the part where I was the one driving I rented a car and I'm driving. They're like, you rented a car in a foreign country? You were driving over there? What? House? I bet that would be so scary and blah, 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 blah. And it's like, yeah, it is, but it's scarier to let them drive you around, frankly. It's scary. And the Filipinos, they even have a word for this. Kaito knows it. The word is kamote driver. Kamote is the local word for potato. So they're calling you like you drive like a potato is what they're saying. It's an insult. It's an insult. Kamote driver. And it's funny. It's funny. Yeah, not all drivers are kamote, but it's just because there's no unified thing. Like when I first got here to live here, I paid like $100 to this school to teach me how to drive here locally. And it was, I think I had lessons for 2 weeks. A guy would come to my house, pick me up, I'd sit in the driver's seat, and then we would drive around the island, and he would teach me the laws. And he would teach me the ways that things are done here that might be differently where I'm from, right? So that was my first time driving here, was educated. But unfortunately, most people don't do that. So as a result, a lot of the people who are driving have no education. In my village, just as an example, when I come down the mountain road into my village, there's like 8-year-olds and 10-year-olds driving motorbikes with no helmet. No helmet. Driving motorbikes in the village. Now, granted, the village, you're not going fast. In the village, it's very slow. But still, these are young people who are just like, they have no skill or knowledge at all what they're doing on the back of this bike. And they're not wearing any helmet. And they could get hurt very badly. So, it is what it is. And accidents here are common. I remember when I first came here and Pinky was touring me around and she showed me a graveyard. And she was showing me her relatives that had passed. And just curiosity, I'm a morbid person, I can't help it. I would ask her oh, well, how did that relative pass away? How did this relative, pass away, etc. And not all of them, but I would say 55% of them, it was something to do with the vehicle. Something to do with riding a motorbike or something along those lines. So it's very risky bisky here, okay? It's very risky bisky here. You got to be careful. Sometimes I have a dream of building a cabin from scratch, says Fishman, moving away from being dependent on the system to be independent, living off the land, being at peace and crafting things from scratch. Yo, Fishman, that's a good dream. You can do it. You can do it. I think there's some benefits to the grid. The internet is the main one. The ability to connect with your tribe from anywhere You know, that to me, that's what encouraged me in part to move abroad. Was I was like, well, I'm not going to lose my people. I can serve my audience anywhere. I can meet my people anywhere. In fact, I don't think where I've lived, I don't think most of those people around me directly were my people. Good to see you, Moon Ninja. I don't think a lot of those people were my people. You know, what's up, Kenix? Good to see you, buddy. I think a lot of those people were not my people. And so I had to find you on the World Wide Web. You're my people. And so that's been my big thing. I think you can live off grid. You can go do it, but stay connected to the internet, at least if you're like me, because then you can actually stay in touch with the people that matter to you. You know? Mikey says, I'm planning to get my driver's license at some point. I've already got an idea of what kind of vehicle I'm going to try and get. John says, you've gone Hollywood with the shades. John? I've always been Hollywood, baby. So my first car, Mikey, was a Geo Prism. You can Google this vehicle. It's a very tiny car. It's almost a clown car. They kind of look like an old Corolla, but they're very small. You're very cramped inside of these cars. At least if you're me, I'm a big guy. My first car was a Geo Prism. I'll never forget it. My pops got me this car, and he bought it from the guy that would sell him pot. And I think he traded something to the guy for it or whatever, but he bought it from the guy that would sell him pot. He got me this Geo Prism, and I drove the Geo Prism for a month, and the wheel was so hard to turn. But I just thought that was normal. And finally, one day, Pops gets in the car to take me somewhere, and he goes, I'll drive. He gets behind the wheel, he starts driving, he goes, why is this fucking wheel so hard to turn? And he pulls over, he goes, does this always do that? I said, yeah, ever since you bought it for me, this vehicle's done that. He goes, what the shit? He goes around, opens up the hood, there's no power steering fluid. So he tops it off, and immediately now the wheel works perfectly fine. And, yeah, so interesting to know, right? Interesting to know. I mean, I was still a tadpole. I had no idea what I was doing, you know? I had no idea what I was doing. Fishman says, I want to be far from the grid, but also live on a bought land and start building a cabin from scratch, crafting and learning the way of the land. Oh, there's a movie that's really good about this. Hold on. Let me find the name of this movie. It's a Joel Edgerton movie. Hold on, because you're going to love this film. Train Dreams. Train space Dreams. Dreams. It's very artsy fartsy. This is not a Marvel film. You're not going to watch this film and wait for the combat sequence, okay? You can't have TikTok brain and watch Train Dreams, okay? This is not that, okay? But I encourage you to watch this film, Fishman, because it's very much like what you're saying you're interested in. And maybe it will inspire you to do the same. Maybe it will inspire you to do the same. You don't have to be smart when you're strong. Precisely, Zomboid. I'm a big guy. I'm strong. I'm not, so I just, even as a tadpole, I was just forcing that wheel, but Pops, he knew right away. My Pops probably doesn't know about power steering fluid. Not all cars have power steering, but most modern cars built after like the 80s do. Kaito, they had a different way of accomplishing power steering in the old days. See you in a bit. Oh, you gotta peace out. See you later, Canuckman. Thanks for hanging out, bud. No, there was no drugs hidden in the car, fortunately. Captain Crunch says every Tuesday on National Geographic, it's all about living off the grid, mainly in Alaska. Yeah, Alaska is sort of the last wild frontier in the States. So if you're going to live off grid, that seems like a good place to do it, but it gets so damn cold. It gets so damn cold. Yeah. It gets so damn cold up there. TikTok, lol. I'm too old for that, but young at the same time. Okay, I think it was Carl Jung who said, the challenge of adulthood. Are you ready for this? This is profound. The challenge of adulthood is reconnecting and re-accepting your inner child. Not losing sight of the curiosity that you had as a boy, the excitement that you had for new things when you were young, your passion for your projects, and, as a boy, your pursuit of the things that mattered to you. You have to fall in love with yourself. That part inside of you that is a kid, you have to fall in love with it. You have to not take yourself so seriously. You go through this process as an adult where you drill down yourself because you're in your apprenticeship, right? You're learning new talents and new skills, and that's a good thing, and that's part of becoming an adult. But in the course of that hard work, you become coarsened, like sandpaper, and you lose the smoothness of your inner child. And the challenge of adulthood is refinding that part of yourself and embracing it. Knowing when to just have fun and let loose and laugh and pursue the things you're passionate about and never give up on your goals. You know, with that childlike abandonment and wonder that you had as a youngster. That's really the challenge of an adult. That's what you're going to be judging yourself by when you're 90 years old on your deathbed. Did you refine your inner child? So good luck to you all in doing that. Galahad says, kill the boy and let the man be born. It's true. The boy has to die in order for you to move from apprentice to master. The problem is, master is not your final form, even though it feels like it. Even though it feels like it. Well, ladies and meatbags, here we are, finally in the video game. We've yapped your ears off for long enough. We've yapped your ears off for long enough. I'll still be yapping, don't you worry. But now I'll be yapping with the video game behind me. It's a different vibe, isn't it? And we're going to have a lot of fun. Today we're playing Project Zomboid. This is the Extinction mode. This is the brand new update, 42.19. We've killed 356 Zeds. We've survived for 14 days. This is the story of Channing Whittington. She's a security guard with fear of blood, night owl, and cat's eyes. Fear of blood, night owl, and cat's eyes. Moon Ninja says, my brother used to work at an auto parts store, and he used to fuck with people by telling them their blinker fluid was low. Get the rib stretcher. Get the rib stretcher. I believe I can find a home for me and create a future not only for me, but a family one day to teach them how to survive, but also live comfortable in life. Teaching basic understandings, but enjoying life. Okay, there's another movie I want to recommend to you that's really good. Captain Fantastic with Viggo Mortensen, a.k.a. Aragorn from Lord of the Rings. That's also another great movie for this dream of yours that you have, Fishman. And I think that you might enjoy it. I want to try and get a hold of one of them Kai trucks. I want a truck, but I don't want something too big. What is a Kai truck? Oh, yeah, this is like the main truck that they have here in this country. I don't normally see proper trucks in this country unless it's like a foreigner driving it or a government vehicle. Like the cops will have the real truck. Yeah, I like old cars because they don't have all that technology in them to track what I'm doing. All right, let's game. All right, last we left off, guys, we've been slowly going up here and clearing out Phallus Lake. And we're going to continue that. We're going to continue that process. Have you gotten yourself a motorbike yet? I had one when I first moved here for 6 months, and I almost died on it twice. On 2 occasions, I was almost killed. And so, no, I've given up the motorbike. I don't motorbike anymore now. All right, good to remember. Got to get good. No, there's no getting good here. I'm trying to tell you. There's no getting good here. No, Bruce, it's just me. This is single player. Moonlight Kingdom with Bruce Willis. I don't think I've seen that one. I don't think I've seen that one. But I do love Bruce Willis. It's a shame what's happening to him with dementia. I watched my father go through that with Alzheimer's, and it's really heartbreaking. He was always one of the most competent people that you could ever meet, you know? And to see him go through it, man, really breaks your heart. Today is going to be a lot of combat, guys. The goal of today is we're going to try and clear out Phallus Lake, but we're already getting a drowsy moodle. That's not good. That's not good. PDM, do you have any newer cars that you like? Yeah. Lamborghini Diablo, McLarens. Those are probably among the tops that I like in terms of modern vehicles. The main problem with modern cars is there's so much technology in them that track you that it's crazy. I'm sorry to hear that, Moon Ninja. It's a serious tragedy. What's crazy is that I think if we had the focus, we could solve some of it. But the problem is there's still so much about dementia in its different forms that we just don't know about. You know? Wow, I slept all day. That's crazy. I thought that we were just going to take a little nap because I had just gotten the drowsy moodle. But we slept all day. Why would I teach her how to drive? I'm the driver. You can't have your woman driving you around. That doesn't, no. That ain't right. That ain't right. That's not right. That's crazy. You can't let your girl drive you around. That's nuts. That type of behavior will not be tolerated. It's kind of like your girl working for some other man. Like, you're going to let your girl go get bossed around by some other guy? I mean, if that's your thing, that's your thing. But for me, no way. No way. Not happening. Nada. Zilch. 0% possibility of it. I have my standards and you have yours, okay? I have my standards and you have yours. Damn, dude. This is crazy work that we don't have. We have almost nowhere left to put our crapola. All right, we're gonna decorate a little bit. You ready? We're gonna decorate a little bit while we wait for our. Yeah, I'm addicted to that song. That's true. I'm addicted to those girls in those short shorts shaking their ass. Is what I'm addicted to. I tell you what. How are they gonna let them girls do that? There's married men that watch the TV. What's wrong with you? How are they going to let them girls do that? And the song is about riding him too. So it's they know what they're doing, them girls. Those girls know what they're doing. Yeah, I know the lyrics. I understand the lyrics, dude. Welcome back for the Zomboid, boys and girls. We're just putting our... Yeah, I know exactly what they're saying, Kaito. That's what makes it even worse. What's up, Gromblin? Welcome back to the show. Guys, what's Gromblin been up to? Anybody caught a Gromblin stream recently? What's up, Grombles? Are you back for round 4 of the Great Poot War? Are you back? I've been off my game lately. Yikers, yikers. Have you? Are you off your game? I don't know. You seem pretty game on to me. We're just talking about these girls in the Philippines on the television box who've been shaking their rumpus, yo. All right. I'm at a breaking point. I must be bloody. Because my girl is afraid of blood. And she went to sleep with this bloody crowbar in her hand. Co-op to the last gas station. Are you into it, Artie? How deep are we into the last gas station right now? Do they have big old biddies? Oh, they got some. They got some. Let me tell you, dude. Let me tell you. They got some. Let's see. Yeah, they got some, all right. Look, this is the band that we're talking about. Hold on, wait till you see. Lord, protect us. Lord, help us. Christ Almighty on earth and heaven, deliver us from this evil. Jesus. The temptation. Oh my God. Yeah, of course I'm more interested in it. That song's made for me, not for them. Christ, give us strength in these trying times. I tell you what, these are tough times to be a man. Please, Lord, deliver us. Just unmute the chorus. Nobody's going to understand the chorus, and it doesn't matter what they're saying. We're not watching it because look, we're not interested in their conversation, okay? That's all I'm trying to say. All right? Guns are getting better, Fish. Aim was recently updated. I had a stressful time shooting on Build 41. Yeah, Build 41 gunplay is powerful, but it's whatever. Trauma bag versus duffel bag. No big difference, really, from what I can tell. I would prefer a duffel, frankly. A black duffel, just because it would fit my vibe better. Yeah, I already have my favorite girl. That's true. I already... You can identify them based on their undies, guys. You can identify them based on their undies. They've got different colored undies. They got different colored bottoms. So yeah, I mean, if we're rating, I'd say red, orange, purple, pink is the play. Okay? In that order. Red, orange, purple, and pink. Lord, deliver us. Lord, deliver us. Oh, God. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yes, absolutely. Well, we're already tired, and we're still at the breaking point, which I don't understand because I thought we're clean. Do we have sleeping pills? Yes, we do. We're going to take some. We might take 2. How about you, Kaito? Which one is your favorite? The guy behind the camera? You can tell us. You can tell us, Kaito. Bro, hit me with the no. Tell us, Kaito. Which one is your favorite? Is it the yellow one? He said the red one. Yeah, dude, of course. Of course. Of course. Of course. But purple is good because she's got the longest hair of them all, dude. I don't know about you, but I like a girl with real long hair down past her butt. That's I like really the more feminine she is. Pink has that's the one, Pink. The more feminine she is, the better. You know, and that girl, she's got real long hair, and she usually has like a flower either on her, pinned on her, or in her hair. Something about a girl with a flower in her hair, man, just gets to me. Let's sleep and wake up in the morning and go kill some zombies. You prefer shorter hair women? That's because they look like dudes. Quit fibbing to us, Kaito. Why on earth did I wake up in a panic? You can still make a battle drink? Yeah, but you can't make battle milk anymore. Look, it's hard not being a straight guy who prefers women. What? Ted! Coming out of nowhere with that crazy shit. Well, good for you, Ted. I mean, to each his own. That Benadryl nightmare got to me. I was visited by the Hat Man. He woke me up. Now what, Hat Man? Now what? Now what? I'm still at the breaking point. That's crazy. What will it take, I wonder? What will it take? Y'all are in love now, Kaito. You and Ted. You're the new dream team. Y'all are in love. That's okay. Y'all can be in love. Nothing's wrong with that. Heath Ledger and Jake Gyllenhaal did it. You can too. What's wrong with that? There's no judgment here. There's no judgment here. To each his own. To each his own. The best part about gay men is that means there's more women out there for me. Less competition. Less competition. Okay? What's up, Magnificent? Good to see you. I don't understand why I'm still... Oh, I'm less agitated now. Okay. Yeah, let Magnificent do the judging. He's the judge here. He's our judge and jury. There we go. We got rid of it finally. That was our wake-up alarm. That's an interesting distinction, Kaito. I guess an argument can be made to that effect. Sure. Let's see here, guys. Let's put on our aviators. Put our reading glasses back in the fanny pack for later. And we're on our way back to Phallus Lake to clear the 5 bajillion Zeds that are there. We're not going to start shooting until we're reasonably certain that there's not many left in Phallus Lake. Hello, ma'am? Hello, ma'am? I keep getting these random sprinters on this road. These random Zeds. Yo, thank you, Infinite Reach Ministries. I appreciate you saying that. I think that's going to be my final essay on the arc. I originally had 5 planned, but I think 4 pretty much wraps it up. They added more Zed noises, yes, specifically to the sprinters. Specifically to the sprinters. Good to see you, Infinite Reach Ministries. Hope you're having a blessed day. I'm trying to keep this road clear so that I don't damage my vehicles when I drive down it. But the Zeds, man, they keep coming. They keep coming. My next essay for Zomboid, I think, is about how the game is not dying. There's a fairly popular video where this guy goes through the most negative Steam reviews on Zomboid, and then he makes the claim that Zomboid is dying. But I have irrefutable evidence that that is incorrect. To the umpteenth degree, I think it's incorrect. Any alternatives to veteran for early game fighting? Also, don't you get less stress as you deal with more Zeds? You get less night terrors as the game goes on. You get less panic with individual Zeds or small groups of them. But a large group of Zeds will pretty much always give you panic, unless you have some sort of trait that reduces your panic or eliminates your panic, like desensitize. I don't remember what this area is like, because it's been a week since we played. I just want to take a look and make sure that there's no... Yeah, so we've made it a couple houses up. Veteran is a pretty good... Veteran is a pretty good class or profession. Yeah, there's a mod out there that gives you the desensitized trait after you hit so many kills. That is true, but that's not in the vanilla game. They should add that in vanilla. I don't think so. I think that the desensitized trait represents training, not just exposure. You know? Like the type of intense military training you go through where they literally rebuild you as a person from the ground up. I mean, I personally think that panic in this game can be very easily managed. But it does mean that you move slower, right? Because you're not trying to take on these massive groups. So me personally, I don't normally go veteran. That's not to say that veteran isn't worth it or is a bad profession. It's not. Just for my play style. Jesus. Well, if you're just building up balls to ditch the Zeds, veteran's not doing much for you. Because who cares if you're panicked, but you're not in combat? You know what I mean? If you're just planning to ditch the Zeds, a better trait combo would be the Eagle Vision and Keen Hearing. Because that would expand your perception to even directly behind you if you have both. And then that way you're never going to run into a situation where you get kind of pincered or pinched by the ball that you're trying to ditch. That would work better than veteran, frankly. And I think it would be similar point expenditure. Veteran and desensitized is good for taking on large groups in combat. Melee or gunplay. That's my view. I put PZ on the smartboard in my class and introduced it to my students during break. Oh, hell yeah, dude. There's a lot that PZ can teach us, I think, about... I could have swore there was another sprinter over there somewhere. Yep, I knew it. I knew it. I've been doing vet so my rounds don't get wasted. I like the slow play a lot. Yeah, if you're going to ball them up, Eagle Eye and Keen Hearing is really the best traits for that. And if you're going to be doing a lot of ditching in the woods, then you're going to want, is it Wilderness Knowledge? One of them gives you, like, you're less likely to be scratched or slowed in the forest. Really, I would only take veteran or police officer on purpose if I knew there was going to be a potential PvP environment. Because you can build up your aiming over time. Unless you're playing with the lowest possible ammo and gun loot settings, you'll never run out of ammo. I mean, you'll run out for periods of time, but there's always going to be ammo. Yeah. So that means there's always going to be a way for you to practice and improve your gunplay. And especially now that they have books in the game that you can read that will increase your XP gain for aiming and reloading. I think that those books actually weakened veteran and police officer, because that means you no longer need veteran or police officer in order to get good as your character at the gunplay in the game. So, yeah, I mean, I would take veteran or police officer, though, still, if I was going to do a PvP environment, just because you want the highest aiming possible in a PvP environment, because you want to be using rifles as soon as you can in PvP, because that's what's going to allow you to hide behind the ISO and pick people off, or hit people more accurately from inside of a vehicle. Is that guy wearing army fatigues? No, he's not. Yeah, I have a good guide on PvP in Build 41 written by Mira. Mira, if you're watching, I hope you're doing well. I tried to message you on Discord and it said I couldn't. I don't know if maybe you deleted your account or what. But I hope you're doing well. I should go leave a comment on one of our videos and mention it. Yeah, I have a really good guide for PvP from Mira on B41. No really good resource yet for that in B42. Hold on. I haven't seen Mira in a long time. Yeah, I think we last spoke a year ago. I was looking through our DMs and we last spoke a year ago. And like now I think we're no longer friends on Discord and I can't message her. I was really confused because we have a very good rapport. I mean, she's not like my best friend or anything, but no, she's not a bot. She's not a bot. She's real. We might not share a server anymore. That could be what it is. Maybe she left. There was some sort of server she invited me to that was a PvP thing, but I still haven't had a chance to try it. Maybe they kicked me out of that server or she left. There's still so many. But yeah, she's cool as hell. I mean, she's very skilled at PvP, which I like. Hello, Zomboid. She's still in the Brolo Discord. I think I'm in there too. Man, maybe she blocked me. You're breaking my heart, Mira. If that's so. My heart is broken. All right, we're getting tired. When my little moodle goes away for my exhaustion, I still prefer to wait about 30 in-game minutes before I get out of there and start exploring. My ditching strategy is actually urban ditching. I just want them ditching. I want them out of the way, but I want them to be easy to reach, not in the woods. I really like bet for shooting as close to the Zeds as possible and making the best out of each shot. Yeah, I mean, efficiency, remember though that efficiency is important for us, but it's also a trait of the clankers. You know, you don't have to be efficient to be good. It helps, but it's not a requirement. But yeah, I mean, if that's your playstyle, that's your playstyle, man. Good for you. And I do enjoy making the most out of my resources in this game. I just don't play veteran often. But normally now, anyway, I do random runs where I just hit the random button and I take what they give me. Like, I would never choose security guard, which is what this guy is. There's another 25, 30, including a sprinter, right over there. Oh, I've already got the drowsy moodle. That's crazy. That's crazy. I've already got the drowsy moodle at 10 a.m. $11 a.m. All right, let's see here. Let's find our watches. 19, huh? Let's go from 19 to 14. And let's see if we can't get a little bit of shut-eye. I picked up Queasy because of the bad smell. Let's put it back on 19. Well, we're running out of fences to use that aren't totally tainted by all these dead. Unless we go up here. This is risky because we haven't really explored up here. Let's make sure we have eyes on both angles of this house. Yeah, what exactly does Night Owl do, Canuckman? I'm trying to remember. Requires little sleep. Stays extra alert even when sleeping. Oh, I feel like that last part is new. Better sleep regen. Yeah, nurses get it now too. Nurses get it now too. Oh, there was a sprinter over there. That pulled him quite far away. Pizza cutter, very nice. Food. Can of oats. Caffeine pills, very nice. WWC Insider. Guys. It's free real estate. Whoa. 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 Wait a minute. Does that mean that all of our friends down here have migrated? It just lets me know that you're lurking. That you're not in chat interacting, but you are watching, like, from your couch or something. It's just, like, for fun. So, a social thing. It's kind of like saying, I'm listening, you know, in a conversation. Oh, there's several of you. She was screaming for her life. Yeah, she's dead as hell, dude. They ate her up. That had nothing to do with me. I'm a security guard, not the real police. Come on, boys. Ma'am! Guys, this is Extinction, and I haven't changed any settings. Even my standard settings that I would customize, like light bulb length, lifespan. How many shoves does it become less stamina efficient than just smacking them? I mean, if you're trying to clear more than one or two, you really want them on the ground so that you can smash their heads. So I would say, I mean, I don't know the math on it, but if I have to shove you more than twice, I start looking for a fence. Valeria Dowdy, huh? I still hear one, like, hopping this fence. I think. Doesn't hungry make your swing worse? Oh, it absolutely does. It makes you do less damage and you get more encumbered quicker. And we do have some food on us. We might as well eat all this bologna. I'd prefer to cook the can of oats properly, but at least we got rid of the negative moodle. Baloney. Hello, lady. Yeah, with the fences, they fall over it and expose the back of their head to you, which makes for easy zombie slaying, or easier zombie slaying. And I prefer to kill them in a group like this so that they're easier to loot. But that also means that the stink builds up quicker. Let's see here. We do have some caffeine pills. Let's take some. Get rid of that drowsy moodle. Well, we're mostly just looking for keys, if they have any. Having all the keys in town would be nice. Weapons are good too, especially weapons like hand forks that we can later affix to spears. This damn scarecrow right here. This damn scarecrow wearing these crafted jeans. This damn scarecrow. Is this a cop? It is. Let's just take a look. He's got a holster, which I think we already have. Yeah. He's got a police jacket. Oh, he's not bad. He's not bad. Elliot Finley. Elliot Finley. What a name, dude. What an Irishman. Card-carrying potato boy. What's up, lonely duck? And we got the drowsy moodle again. That's crazy. I hear them. Oh, they were in this field, huh? That guy looked like he was wearing tactical gear. I hit her so hard, she went back over the fence. Did you see that? That was nuts. I hit her so hard, she backflipped over the fence. It's only 5 in the afternoon, dude. You can't be too sleepy at 5. Gotta go water the plants, says Bon Jovi. Go water those plants, dude. I'm just gonna sit here at the picnic table. We're just gonna wait, like I said, 30 minutes. That's enough. Well, we only have an hour until bed, so we're going to consider this a victory day. We cleared out more undead. We'll be back for more tomorrow. What the hell? That actually hurt me a little bit. You did get a poor night of sleep. Yeah, that's true. That's true. My guy woke up, panicked. Do you collect all the rubber duckies that you find? Not usually. Sometimes I do collect stuff. I kind of come up with a little story for each of my characters. In Extinction, I haven't lasted very long. So, in fact, let's see. How far are we now, guys? 15 days. My longest in Extinction... Okay, lady. My longest in Extinction has been 17 days. But yeah, sometimes I do collect stuff. Sometimes I collect panties. Sometimes I collect ducks. Oh! Oh! That was a crazy wreck. That was crazy behavior for the car. And it actually hurt me quite substantially. That took about 15% of my hit points. Wild, dude. Wild. Wild. Those bodies need to go, dude. They're clogging up the road. They're clogging up the highway. They're clogging it up. All right, let's put this stuff, or at least some of it, in the freezer. The ham can go in the freezer. The milk can go here. The oats can go here, and the beverage too. The canned fruit beverage. Can you use the stovetop? For decoration purposes only. You can't actually cook on it, no. Technically, you can only use the interior of the oven right now in the game. There might be a mod that lets you use the stovetop. I think the way they should do it is that the stovetop should have two inventories, the oven and the stovetop. You know? That's what they should do. That's how it should be done. You're welcome, devs. For this and more brilliant ideas, pay me. I'm kidding. I love the game. I would do it for free. It will keep food hot if you put a hot plate on top. Says Unstoppable Leak. Is that true? I don't think that's true. Where are you on the map is the question. I will show you. Welcome, Solo. Welcome, buddy. Good to see you again. How are you, man? You can light cigarettes on the stovetop, I think. Yeah, you can. That's true. Where are you on the map, says Fishman. I will show you. I'm just east of Phallus Lake. So I'm on Salt Lick Lane and Pony Trot Road next to Pony Romo. So zooming way out, this is West Point. And I'm to the west of it. I'm to the west of West Point. So I found something interesting, says Mikey. Putting cooked food on top of antique stoves and campfires, it'll keep the food warm, so it might work putting food on top of the stove. Is that true? First Unstoppable Leak said it, and now Mikey. Is that true? Does the stove have to be on? Yeah, that sounds like a test. I don't want to burn down my base, though. It has to be on. I can't wait for the master. The master. He's right here, baby. Get rid of this anxiety, Moodle. Well, we got rid of most of it. Time to sleep. Time to sleep. Might as well sterilize rags while you're at it. For me, no, it's bedtime. I have 2 alarms to answer your question. I have one for when I'm supposed to wake up and one for when I'm supposed to get ready for bed. Once again, we woke up early. We will take napping 1. We will sit on the bed, remove our surgical mask, equip our reading glasses, and we will read our book for the hour and 10 minutes we have before we start moving. If it used to work, I bet it still does. It's just a matter of trying it out. All right, let's put our mask back on. Let's clear up some of our inventory here because we've got some items that we do want to bring with us, but we don't want in our main inventory. See, that's my wake-up alarm, 5:40. I don't want to wake up later than that. Why is your camera so zoomed up? Can't see any moodles. What? My moodles are huge. You can't see these? Is that what you're talking about? Or are you looking on... oh, Unstoppable, are you watching in vertical? Are you watching in vertical? Turn the camera sideways, bro, and it should go horizontal. And then you can see the moodles. And my face. Sorry about that. You must be watching it in the vertical. That's why it's all zoomed in like that. It's not zoomed in like that normally. In fact, I make my moodles quite large. So... TDM, does your face get stinky after a long day at the office? No, my face gets stinky when Pinky sits on it. No. No, it doesn't stink. I'm very hygienic, trust me. You'll have to take my word for it. At least you don't have to smell my stink, right? You have traps inside the house. Yeah, I haven't used them yet. I recovered them, but I haven't yet set them up anywhere. I've got to put them somewhere. They need to be at least 50 tiles away, right? So I was thinking maybe like behind this house over here. Should we do that today? Do I have peanut butter to catch anything? Let's see. Yeah, I do. I do. Okay. Good reminder. I've been using the roasting pan quite a bit since you taught me how to. Dude, the roasting pan is incredible. I love the roasting pan. It's the GOAT, dude. I like to collect them and have multiple roasting pans. I hear one, but I don't see him. Okay, now I see him. Let's see if we can get one of these down. Oh, the power just went out. Or no, the plumbing. The plumbing just went out. I heard it. I heard it go out. Did you guys hear that? It sounded like pipes. That's the plumbing going out, I'm pretty sure. The electric sounds much different. It sounds like a zip-zap noise. All right. We've got some peanut butter. Yo, what's up, Born to be Wild? I saw your clip. Getting hit by the car. You gotta drive careful. Assume all other drivers on the road are Asian. Oh. I might like his hat. Let's see if it fits my style. No. The red is still better. For now. Rip, no more plumbing. Yeah, that means this base is suddenly a lot less useful because there's no well. No well, no well. How will we survive this hell? Don't those traps need to be 75 tiles away from your base? They need to be 75 tiles away from where I am before they trigger. So these are not gonna trigger while I'm at home, but they might trigger while I'm away on my mission up in Phallus Lake. Any tips for on-the-go food? What to put in a lunchbox for an expedition with the boy? Are we talking real life or in the game? Yeah, for kids, in real life, I would always just recommend whole food. So whatever you're going to give them, make sure it's a whole food ingredient. A banana, a apple. A treat that works really well is you can take a green apple and cut it into slices like wedges, and then you take one slice of American cheese and you put it over top of it. So you got like these wedges of apple, each one has a slice of American cheese on top. And kids love that shit, dude. They love that. I would recommend, if you're going to give them meat, give them, like pulled pork or chicken that you've chunked up into bite-sized bits. Don't give them breaded meat. Don't try not to get them addicted to like carbohydrates like that if you can help it. In the game, you're going on an expedition. What food to bring with you? Oats are always good because it'll fill you up. I just want to check something before we go. What's the mission? We're clearing Phallus Lake. Nope, it was power. It was power. That's crazy. It was power, and we don't have a flashlight. Uh-oh. We're officially in not good territory here, boys and girls. Let's put our peanut butter back. Yeah, unfortunately, we haven't yet found a Jenny Mag or a Jenny. So we're officially in hard territory now without power. I thought for sure that sound cue was water. Yeah, this is Extinction. We're 15, 16 days in. 15 days and 23 hours. Let's call it 16 days. So why do you believe avoiding carb exposure sets them up for success? Well, I just think the main macronutrients you want for them are protein and fat, right? So, and those are proteins and fats that come from whole foods. Like if you give the kid steak, the protein and fat in that steak came from one whole food. Obviously, you can also make a cake that has protein and fat, and that's going to be less healthy. So not all protein and fat are equal. It's not just about carbohydrates in versus carbohydrates out, or calories in, calories out. So you're saying that Slayer is playing mind games with us. Yeah, I think he is. In fact, I know he is, because after I sent him that video, he said in DMs to me, I think you nailed it. So, yeah, he agrees with my thesis. Yeah. I'm not saying stay away from carbs. Carbs is helpful, especially carbs that have like a net carb to it. So like a carb that, like for instance, if you give the kid a cucumber, there's not a lot of fat or protein in a cucumber. It's mostly carbohydrate, but the majority of that carbohydrate is fibrous carb. So your body's not going to turn that into fat, body fat. It's going to turn it into poop. So yeah, if you're trying to keep the kids healthy, try to give them try not to give them carbohydrates that are complicated, basically. You know? Like, it's tempting to like cook a chicken and put a sauce on it or whatever. And like you know, stuff like chicken nuggets are easy, right? Because you don't have to do too much cooking. I'm not saying never. I mean, all things in moderation, right? All things in moderation. But remember that, like, you're responsible for their food habits. You know, when it comes to kids, you're responsible for their food habits. You're the one who's teaching them what a healthy relationship to food looks like. You're the one who's teaching them, you know, to be intentional about what they're eating, right? You're the one who's teaching them that not all calories are equal in terms of nutrition. And you don't have to teach them that by sitting them down and reading them a book or giving them a lesson. You know, it can be as simple as making like a chart that you have on the wall in the kitchen, and it just has like a divider down the middle, and it's like good food, bad food, you know, and you just tell them, you know, hey, we try to only eat bad food once a day. You know, like if we're going to have a cookie, we try not to make the cookie a meal. And you always want to have to, you always want to teach them that they need to eat their protein first in the meal, okay? Because, well, first off, an animal sacrificed its life for that protein, unless you're a vegetarian and you're eating beans or something. An animal sacrificed its life for that protein. So it's respectful to both the animal and to your children to tell them, hey, let's eat our protein first, finish your chicken, and then we're going to have, you know, the greens or whatever. What's up? That is correct. We're doing good, dude. We're playing Project Zomboid B42.19 Extinction. The power just went out minutes ago. We're 15 days and 23 hours into the apocalypse. The longest I've survived in Extinction mode is 17 days. The longest I've survived in B42 is 6 months. The longest I've survived in Zomboid as a whole ever is just over 1 year. I got 2,000 hours in the game. I'm happy to teach it to you. For the live stream, this is just gameplay. Most of the content that I make, though, like if you look at my YouTube, are essays about Project Zomboid, the philosophies behind it, or the philosophies behind certain mods and stuff like that. So if you're into being a thinking man, the YouTube is the place to be. I also make like machinima, like movies in Zomboid, but those are on a different YouTube channel now. More migration, more migration. More migration. More migration. Well, I don't think you're going to be waiting too much longer. I think B42 is nearing its conclusion. What's up, Jessica Kelly? Good to see you. Hello. Jessica says my longest run is a week. Regular runs maybe last a day. You know, I had a really good B41 tutorial series on my YouTube channel. I recently went through my YouTube channel and removed all my videos that aren't my essays. I still have them, but they're just hidden because the bulk of my community now goes to my YouTube just for my essays. But you can see here my YouTube channel. And mostly what I do is essays on Zomboid. So I talk about like the game and things. I also do these update videos about what I think are important about the update. But yeah, mostly essays. But I actually have, see it says 37 videos. I actually have over 700 videos. But only 37 of them were essays. So that's why it's only showing you these videos. I just made a second and a third channel. A shorts channel and a machinimas channel down here if you're interested in those. In my machinimas channel, I have a 6-hour-long Project Zomboid movie that I made for your consumption. I hope you enjoy it. And then we have some trailers for season 2 of that movie, and then the first 2 episodes of that movie. Pinky's working on the 3rd episode now, so I'm not sure when that'll come out, though. You have to subscribe. Yeah, I'm glad they're walking away from me, Mikey. I'd rather them walk away than towards me. Have a good night, Captain Crunch. We'll see you around, okay? Let's be sneaky. I'm hearing a lot of zombies. They're all migrating. Oh, my God. Why did they all stop in a line like that? I've never seen that before. I've never seen that before. View above. Most of the zombie number stats in Sandbox don't really make sense to me. Well, let me scroll up. I never quite got how the zombie stats like rally group and migration work. So rally group is like this. Every time you see a group of zombies, this is different because this is multiple groups. But every time you see a group of zombies in this game, one of those zombies is considered in the code the leader. Now that zombie, he's going to, if you attract him, if he hears you or sees you, the whole group is going to follow him over towards you, no matter what you do. So the rally group is that. How many will rally around one zombie? Now, the leader. Now, the rally group doesn't matter so much when the zombies are on your screen, aside from what I said about them following him. But where the rally group matters is behind the scenes. The cell that you're not in on the game, the game is simulating those zombies. They're not real, right? Because you're not rendering that area of the map. So as far as the game is concerned, he's just a little dot on the map. You with me? And his dot is a rally group. How many might be with him? Maximum and minimum. And multiple dots can convene to make a big group like we're seeing here on my screen. But for the most part, that the rally group thing is an off-the-screen mechanic. And the migration is similar to that. Migration is saying with what frequency will zombies outside of the current cell of the game migrate into your current cell? Because the game is divided into like these squares on the map, you know? And you can kind of see it on the B42 map. You can kind of see the cells a little bit. I'll show you. So, like, it's very obvious here in the forest, right? If you look behind my head, you can kind of see these lines that show you how big a cell is in the game. So if I was standing in the middle of this forest and I had killed all the zombies in this cell, let's assume that I had done that. The game is slowly calculating how many zombies in this cell to my north, east, south, and west are going to move into my zone. And what it's moving is the leader of one of those rally groups, or two of those leaders, or four of those leaders, or however many it moves. It's trying to equalize the number of zombies that are in that cell. Okay, this is nothing respawn. Nothing to do with respawns. This has entirely to do with moving zombies from one cell, like to my left of my head here, into another cell, like the one that I'm saying that we're in where my cursor is now. Okay? Some structures and some sites in the game are built over multiple cells, but you'll notice like all of McCoy's is contained in one cell. All of this radio tower and its surrounding stuff is in another cell. But McCoy's lumberyard is at least two separate cells, right? Moldraw itself is probably, 20 cells total if I had to guess. And the cells become less obvious the more densely urban it is. So like here in Louisville, where's the cell? Can you see it? I can't. It's hard to tell where a cell begins and where a cell ends. But the minute we move back rural, what do you notice? The outline is back. And this is a cheat code the devs have used for themselves so that they know where the cells are. Okay? And by the way, you can find this in-game. So as an example, if you were to spawn and run out here, you would see exactly this. You would see a line of differently colored trees going in a direction, and that tells you that you're at the border of these two cells. But over time, these cells will change. Or not change, sorry, but the trees will grow and die and regrow, and so this won't become as obvious the longer the game goes on, the longer the save file goes. So pretty much that's cells and rally groups in a nutshell. This area really isn't safe. There might be a Helen Keller in there. I don't know. I'm just using this opportunity to scout. And it's a good thing I'm doing that because look how many there still are. Do you ever just yell at a door and then leave and come back later? Yeah, sometimes. I'm not going to do that with this big group here, though, because I kind of like where they're all balled up. But yeah, sometimes I'll hit a door or I'll knock a door or something. See, these guys came from inside that building, so they were in there and they heard me leave. We're still hopeful that we'll find keys. Nice. Knives, we'll take it. Is build 42 better, do you think? I'm honestly worried about how the muscle strain works. Yes, I think build 42 is better. Without a doubt, without a question. Now, that being said, I have 2,000 hours in the game on this account, my PDM account. I have another 2,000 hours on my private account. So I've played the game a lot. And I've played the game since long before cars were even in the game, when we had to walk everywhere. So I've played the game for a long time, and I've seen it come a long way. And I've seen changes that were, for the most part, always for the better. Now, the main thing for me is once you understand the design philosophy of Zomboid and what it's trying to achieve, you understand why a lot of these changes are made. This game is not trying to be State of Decay 2. I love State of Decay 2. I feel like a fucking zombie-slaying superhero in State of Decay 2. And that's great. That's perfect. That's what it's all about. This game has never been trying to make you feel like a zombie-slaying superhero. If you search Project Zomboid, Project Zomboid build 41 free points. This is an example of what I'm talking about. Look how many videos have been made on YouTube telling you how to build your character in Zomboid in the most efficient way in order to get free points out of the game. What are free points? Free points are ways that the players have experimented and determined that you get more points at startup when you make your character generation, then it hurts you in the long run. Okay? One of the first things that happened in Build 42 was the devs getting rid of free points, right? They changed all the traits and all the professions to make everything feel much less like free points. They don't mind you having a profession that you like or a trait that you like, but they don't want you taking a trait or a profession simply because it is the meta. They want the game to feel meaty. They want the game to feel chunky. They want the game to feel, most importantly, consequential. They want you to be making decisions about the game based from a perspective of your desires, not necessarily what you need to take in order to be effective in the game. Okay? Because if you have to take something in order to be effective in the game, it shouldn't be a chosen trait. It should be free. And the devs don't want anything free. They don't want to give that to you. They want you to... This game is all about making choices in your day-to-day survival, in your character generation, all of it. In one of my videos, I address this topic really heavily. Let me see if I can find it. Let's see here. Let's see here. Here we go. This is the video. Project Zomboid is not ruining your build, it's ruining your crutches. And I recommend that you watch this video. This is about muscle strain. This is about those traits that you take that make you feel like a superhero or make you feel like you're doing it because it's the meta and you have to do it. The devs don't want that. They want you to play the game and feel like each choice is consequential. So, to answer your direct question, do I feel like Build 42 is better? Bro, leaps and bounds better than Build 41. Leaps and bounds better. Leaps and bounds better. I feel like they've taken... It was already the best zombie game, and now in Build 42, they've committed even more to the underlying philosophies that made the game so good to begin with. That's my honest opinion, okay? And I catch hell for this type of stuff all the time because people don't like that I'm defending the devs. But I'm passionate about this game. I love this game, and I love what the devs are doing. I mean, I have a build in Build 41 that I literally called the superhero build. Because if I took that build I could survive a year, no problem, every time, all the time. Because it was just that easy for me with that build. And it had a lot of free points and a lot of different things. I think that is correct, that you should embrace the game's difficulty for what it is. I'm not saying you should avoid the meta. I don't want anybody to avoid the meta, because I think when we do the meta, it teaches the devs what's broken. An example of this, and I talk about this in my recent Build 42.19 update video. Hello, Sorellen. Good to see you, buddy. I talk about this in my most recent video, is battle milk, okay? The idea that you can have a water jug with you that you've put this concoction of booze and milk and caffeine into, that is your jumbo juice, dude. It's basically compound Z, right? It's gonna bring your character to the next level. You're never gonna have to worry about all these moodles and stuff. That's the opposite of what the devs want. That's why they turned auto drink on that stuff off. You can still mix and match your Jamba Juice, but now you have to make the intentional decision to drink it every time. Because before, you didn't have to make that intentional decision, and so therefore you were kind of skipping half the game. You're skipping the moodles. You're skipping interacting with these systems that the devs have spent so much time trying to get just right. They want you to interact with those systems. Those systems are what brings you deeper into the immersion of the game. You know? The Zomboid moodles work way better than any sort of like other survival game mechanic. Like how survival games will say, oh, you have a little bar of your thirst. You have a little bar of your hunger, like the Isle or Ark, Survival Ascended, these types of games. Also survival games, doing something similar, but not getting it just right. There's a reason why Zomboid is the penultimate zombie survival game. And survival game, period. And Build 42 is all about them leaning into that. That's why they added the animals. That's why they added the primitive crafting. That's why they added all these new systems. And yeah, some of the stuff they add along the way is just for fun. Like the zombie ragdolls, as an example. That has nothing to do with survival. That they just want to make the game visually appealing and fun to look at, and you get to see a zombie go flying, and I fucking love it. But in terms of their main systems and what they're trying to accomplish, they want you to be immersed. They don't want you to be thinking outside of the game. They want you to be thinking in the game. And when you start making these calculations about what is free points or like the muscle strain stuff, that is bringing you out of the game. In storytelling, we call it diegesis. It's taking you out of the environment that the devs have worked so hard to put you into. You know, the hardest thing as a storyteller or a video game developer of any kind is getting you to suspend your disbelief. There's zombies. So you already are going to have to suspend your disbelief. So the way that the devs do that very cleverly is they try to make everything as true and realistic as they can, so that the only thing you have to suspend your disbelief on is the zombie presence. If that's the only thing you have to suspend your sense of disbelief on, you're going to take the rest of the game very seriously. You're going to get immersed. You're going to care about that character. And when that character inevitably dies, which he must, because the game tells you from the beginning what the ending is. This is how you died. When the game inevitably takes from you that character's life, you're going to feel like the experience wasn't just you sitting in front of a computer for a couple hours. It was something valuable to you. It felt real. It felt like a real memory. It felt like going to the park with your dog or some shit, right? It felt immersed. You were in it. You cared about it. That's why Zomboid is the best game. That's why Battle Milk Auto Drink had to go. That's why Muscle Strain is forcing you to take on the game slower and to think more about those combats and to be less of a superhero and more of a survivor. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. I probably didn't articulate that perfectly. Normally I would write a script for a big sermon like that. But I hope it made sense to some of you. Gotta go right now. Woo! Woo! Had my sphincter doing one of these there for a minute with that sprinter. Came out of nowhere. My only problem is I'm a little winded. I don't like to fight if I even see a glimpse of the winded trait. The exhaustion up here. Out of breath. We're going to go down here and rest a little bit. Now, once that trait goes away, a little trick I like to do. All right, so at 10:40, my winded trait went away. I personally like to wait another 30 minutes. That way the trait doesn't come back right away. So 10:50, 11, 11:10, and we're good to go. Now I can fight, and I don't have to worry that the winded trait will come back right away. Okay. Oh, I hit him so hard he went over the fence. Would you be interested in playing the vertical slice of my game when I make a minimum viable for my ideas? Yeah, I'll play test your game for sure. I'll play test your game for sure, buddy. See, we were able to fight 3 more Zeds and run, and we didn't get our exhaustion moodle back. That's the advantage of resting longer than just waiting for that moodle to go away. Guys, I think I'm getting sick again. I think I'm getting sick again. I had like pneumonia or bronchitis or something pretty much all of May. And I thought it went away, but this guy does not want to fall over. Hello? Sir? Sir? There's a guy with a backpack over here, and who has any idea what's in it? He doesn't look like a survivor. But I have seen items spawn in backpacks sometimes, even if they're not survivors. Well, I will be frank with you, Canuckman, after I test it for you, okay? That's the thing about being honest with people. Yes, it's true, a lot of people want you to protect their feelings. But sometimes protecting people's feelings leads them down the wrong path, you know? Sometimes you just got to be straight with somebody. That's really, actually, to me, that's the mark of a good friend. I have a friend in the chat, one of my moderators, Brickfail. And we don't agree on everything. Hell, we hardly agree on anything. But what I like about Brickfail is that he will tell me how it is in his perspective, even if he knows it's going to offend me. Even if I've gone very far left on a fork in the road, he is not afraid to tell me, you're going the wrong direction. And I appreciate that about him. You know? I would prefer that with him. You know? The other side of that friendship is, if I do make a decision, he doesn't criticize me in front of others. So maybe he gives me a criticism, but he does it privately. He says, I still think you're going in the wrong direction. You went left instead of right. I think you should be going right. And you know, he won't shit talk me in front of others or to others, but he will make sure that I know his honest opinion on it. No, Born to Be Wild, we moved it to the new year, so you got plenty of time. What's up, the great and powerful Pepe? What's up? I'd like to see a giant chessboard in multiplayer. You want to play Project Zomboid chess? What did I tell you guys? I told you there was stuff. Breaking news by Jackie J. She actually wrote a book. She's not just a journalist anymore. She's a published author. That's crazy work, Jackie. You know she's a reporter too, so she's got that yellow jumpsuit. She's probably super hot. Can I get some Jackie J fan art in the Discord, please? Somebody make her a 10. I think she might also be a ginger. Damn, I love a good redhead. Yeah, we'll have more details soon, but we'll probably do some role plays between now and the new year. But in terms of our big role play, season 4 of The Dead Die Here, yeah, that's gonna be in the new year. Just open up Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Is that her, man? Is that the inspiration for her? That's incredible. I'd love to sit in this car and rest. I don't know if we can get away with that. This one Zed down here just is waiting. He's not moved. She feels like an April O'Neil type character. Yeah, see, she is. She is. That's what Sorellen is saying, right? Not official, but that's my guess. Uh-oh, guys. We've got an Easter egg. God is always watching. God is watching us. God is watching us from the distance. We have a key to this? There's a God above. There's a God above. I sang a song. And look what happens. See? See? Pepe says, I'll get back to you on that. I just woke up. I wasn't feeling well this morning, so I left work and crashed out. What kind of crash out did you have, man? Hopefully you got some rest. Men's Health, September 1979. Yes. There's a straw? Oh my God, think of the turtles. We already have some other gloves. We'll take a second pair, just in case. Official letter, paperwork, another magazine, we'll take it. Alcohol wipes, we'll take it. Let's unlock this bad boy. Sleeping pills, we'll take it. A tarp. Into the map we go. Let's go to our character. Do. Keys for it. I don't know why I put for it, like I'm some sort of Viking. Keys for it. Here we go. Keys for this car. 1, 2, 3 more cars. Oh, damn. You needed a rest, Pepe. You seriously needed a rest, boo-boo. Here's my question. Is there a path to this place? Maybe here? Maybe here? Oh, thank you, Mikey. Thank you. Good advice. All right, guys, we play a little game called the Scuba Steve Squeeze. Here we go. She's not the best car, but she is a car. The Scuba Steve Squeeze. Unzip. Uh-oh. Engine quality 38. Overall condition 61. Well, she's something. I was considering doing something else, but you know what? These campfires are interesting because if you try to light them, or at least it used to be this way. Oh no, they're fixed now. Okay. It used to be that if you tried to light them, the ones that were pre-placed like this, your guy would stand here to try and light it. You can imagine why that's not good, but they seem to have fixed that. All right, it's 2:50 in the afternoon. Frankly, I would prefer to stay out later than this. But I don't think we have caffeine pills, do we? We have sleeping pills. Check the power steering fluid first before starting the engine. Yeah, see? You were listening. You were listening to my story. We don't have bedtime until 6 p.m., so we still have 3 hours. Thanks for the show, PDM. We'll try to be a good logistics slave to the friend that bought me Foxhole. That game looks fun. Enjoy Foxhole, Canuckman. We'll see you soon, buddy. I hear a Helen Keller. I hear a Helen out there somewhere. I hear you, Helen. Yep. I knew it. Oh, very nice, Sorrel, and I'm glad because I never got caught out by it, but almost. Oh, we had a few follow us. Oh, I think we've looted this place already, yeah. Yeah, we did. For sure. I play World of Warships between PZ runs. Oh, I haven't played World of Warships before. Is it good? Is it your jam or what? I do love history. History is actually what I study. Ancient history but my actual focus was medieval Europe. Not a lot you can do with a degree in ancient history and medieval Europe. In my mind, what I wanted to do was become Mike Lodes. I was so inspired by this guy. Have you ever watched this guy? Mike Lodes. He was like a history presenter, and he would show you like all this stuff about ancient medieval history, and he would demonstrate it. He would put on full plate armor and jump off a horse and show you how like they rolled to avoid damage, or they those gelatin things that you shoot at the bodies of people. They would make one of those with like a rib cage in it, and then he would show you different medieval weapons hitting it and show you from a side view like how, even though this was a blunted weapon, it would bruise you internally when it hit you or whatever. I mean, this guy's incredible. This guy's incredible. And so I thought I was going to be him one day. I was like, all right, that's what I want to do. That's my dream. You know, that was my goal for studying ancient and medieval European history. You know, that was my goal. But it didn't work out. It didn't work out because it's much harder to get into this than you think, believe it or not. I guess it's actually easier now in the era of YouTube, but not to the degree that I wanted to do it, you know? But ancient and medieval history is still my passion. I know way too much about it. So I'm always loving an opportunity to talk about it because it's like, all right, well, finally we put all that knowledge to use. Have you tried using your own mod while you play solo? The healing overhaul mod? No, not yet. I mean, I've tested it. Look, that redispersed them. They really heard me. They really heard me here. Secret PDM Algo Peak. There you go. Now you saw it. Now you know. Mike loads and rappers. That's my algorithm. Mike loads. No, we want ooh la la, baby. Me too. I want ooh la la, baby. How do I get those girls to come over? Is that who I think it is? Yes, it is. Nancy the Sprinter. How good to see you. She had a doll on her. Sick. Yeah, well, my mod isn't complete, but I will run it. Yeah, once I've completed it, I'll run it on all my runs for a long time to find all the little bugs. Absolutely. We're just not there yet. Yeah, I enjoy it, man. I mean, I love his stuff. Yeah, I'm still developing it. I haven't yet finished it. It's only half feature complete. Really, it's made for a multiplayer environment where some of your players are going to be medical characters. But there are aspects of it that I want to run for the non-medical players, so that's a good point. I should test it in solo. No! 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 No, 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 no! My scarf saved my life. Potentially. My scarf saved my life, potentially. That was a laceration to the neck. That was a laceration to the neck. I keep forgetting. It don't work over there. Now we have to go home and wait. Now we gotta go home and wait. My body is telling me no, but the zombie is telling me yes. Yeah, we gotta rest, we gotta eat. We gotta rest, we gotta eat. This may be fruitless if we're infected, but... Yo, I'm glad. Hylas, did the spoiler warning hit you right? Thank you very much for the spoiler header. It worked by persuading me not to watch your content. Love it, love it. If you take that door off and put it back on, it fixes the lock, says Magnificent X. Is that true? I don't think I have the capability to do that yet, though. I read on Reddit that armor is useless. Yeah, no. It's not useless, but it can be a trap. I have a video essay coming out about that. And the way that it is a trap, I don't want to get ahead of, I don't want to bury the headline here. But the way that it is a trap, like right now, it would be beneficial to be wearing armor. Right? But, hello? Am I too close? Can you not tow backwards anymore? What? This is new? This is new. What's up, Migs? Hey, Migs, just so you know, here, come here, Migs, real quick. This is my face, Migs. Good to see you, buddy. Cosplay implies that I'm pretending to be someone else, when in fact people pretend to be me. They cosplay as me. It's totally different. Well, I can tow if I'm... As far as I know, you've never been able to tow backwards. Well, Magnificent X, I've done it myself as this character on this stream. Okay. Now I'm just curious why I can't tow this. You can absolutely tow backwards. I've done it. Look. Maybe now you need a towing hitch to tow on one side. Okay. It was today. I finally beat it. I only did it to honor my grandmother. She passed away today, and I've been grieving over the loss of her. She passed away today? Or this is the anniversary of her death? You probably mean this is the anniversary of her death. I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry to hear that, Apex. Especially if you were close to her. You know, losing somebody close to you is, everybody mourns differently, and there's no time limit on when you're allowed to mourn. You can mourn for all time. I still think about my father every day. I dream about him every week. Sometimes I can hear his voice, you know, telling me advice or certain insights. And it's been years since his death. So, it's okay to mourn, buddy. It's okay to mourn. Take your time. Do it your way. There's no rules to it. Just remember that she lives on through you. The lessons that she taught you. The ways that she took care of you. You know, those things are important. Because you have to honor those things, so that she has immortality through you. Yo, I haven't seen that movie in so long. That's the one with Brad Pitt, right? Guys, actually, I get all of my life and video game philosophy through The Curious Case of Benjamin Button, believe it or not. Yeah. None of it is my own. It's 100% through The Curious Case of Benjamin Button. You would not believe how relevant The Curious Case of Benjamin Button is to Project Zomboid, let me tell you. That's our go-to-bed alarm. Nose to nose might have been the issue, says Sorellin. Yeah, I think maybe that's new, though. I feel like you used to be able to go nose to nose. Yeah, I'm fighting. I think I have pneumonia. I feel like I'm about to lose my voice again for the third time in a month and a half. I'm a little bit concerned, actually. I want to go to the doctor, but he's not open after my live show. His hours are only like 8 a.m. to noon. So, okay, we're gonna put this scarf here at the threshold of the door to remind us of the sacrifice that it made. Hopefully for our well-being. Hopefully. Yo, see you later, Sorellin. See you later. Thanks for coming by, bud. I really appreciate that. Thank you for your love and support, man. It means a lot to me. I don't know if I've said that before, but it means a lot to me to see you in the chat. Thank you very much for coming, bro. And have a good 4.19 run. And I'll see you in the apocalypse, bud. Stale and uncooked. Some pickles, some pork chops. Oh, we're going to have to get some cooked, guys. Do we have an axe of any kind? We might have a hatchet. We don't. We don't have an axe of any kind, guys. That's very unfortunate. That's most unfortunate. That's most unfortunate, chat. Yeah, the things we do for the audience. The show must go on, Hylids. When you're an entertainer, it comes first, bro. This is just the realities of it all. Photograph of dogs playing. Teledoctor. Yeah, we'll see. He's not going to be able to diagnose me with his stethoscope over the internet, bro. I'll diagnose you. I'm a doctor. No, you're Lieutenant Mackenzie, sir. There's a difference. You're not my real dad. Do you mind elaborating on the Benjamin Button comment from earlier? Yeah, I was just trolling someone in the chat. Hylett said something about my life philosophy that I was giving out was straight from Benjamin Button. I'm sure he was trolling, so I just embraced it to be funny. I literally have not seen that movie in 100 years. It is a good film, though. Look, we have replacement scarf. The problem is we don't have no wood. What's up, Korean brothers? What a great username. Welcome. It's already 8:40 p.m. Let's get our food cooking. Does this have a limit? I don't think so. Let's fill our pot first. And then we'll wash. Get our anxiety to go away, hopefully. Alright. That's as much as we can do for now. We're gonna need, we have matches. This notepad, maybe? Yeah, no, we were just trolling. Hylett was trolling me and I was trolling him back. This is gonna take forever to cook. What's up, MAGA Minion? Welcome, dude. What a name, bro. Welcome. It's very dark. It's very dark. What's up, Megs? Thanks for the sub on YouTube, bud. It's very dark. I'm outside. I'm inside. I'm in my bedroom. I'm asleep. Here we go. Let the natural light in. All right, guys, this is where we count our lucky stars and we pray for the next few days. Let's see, we'll start the day off the holy way by changing our bandage. It really hurt to do that. That was a lot of pain. Let's see here. Let's get rid of our anxiety and our depression. The 2023 intergalactic voyage. Let's read about it. Perfect. We're still in pain. Let's take some pain pills to soothe our guy if we have any. It's 7 a.m. Let's grab a book. We're waiting for symptoms. We should know in the next 48 hours. We should know in the next 48 hours. In my medical mod, I actually made a Moodle that you get now once your zombie infection starts rising to a certain point. So you kind of know that you've got it ahead of time. But only once it's would be obvious to your character. Once those other Moodles start showing up, that's when I have my Moodle show up. So sometimes in PZ, when sitting on the ground, sometimes an animation will pop up that almost looks like the dying animations, and it would spook me. You get spooked, Mikey? You get spooked, buddy? Today, no combat, guys. We're just going to sit around. Read books. Wait for this injury to heal. We should know pretty quickly whether or not this is going to be a serious infection. We don't need all of those. Just keeping an eye on this neck wound. We got some zombie movement, potentially. It's a rainy day. Honestly, that doesn't bode well. That's the PZ gods letting us know the inevitable is coming. I'm really worried about my cough. I think I might have something more serious than I thought, because like I said, I was sick for all of May. And I pushed through it, and I thought it was gone, and here I am at the beginning of June, and I got this cough. I'm a bit worried. Just a bit. What's the plan if you're infected? I usually strip and run. For this character, it depends on the character and how long I've played them. One time I burned down my whole base. Sometimes I free my animals and walk off into the sunset. Sometimes I try to commit seppuku. I don't know yet. I kind of... Oh, no. It woke me up, you bastard. We can't sleep for 30 in-game minutes regardless. There we go. Let's go eat some food. How's our wound? It's good. Doesn't need to be changed. Let's see here. What do we have in our inventory? Frying pan and a roasting pan. And that's all of our cooked food. Now eaten. So we're in a little bit of a pickle here. If we're not sick, we're immediately in a food crisis once we come out of this illness. My neck wound appears to have stopped bleeding, which I love to see that. Wait, why do you have a spoon and a fork? Does it make eating easier somehow? I'll show you what it does. Are you ready? Are you ready? See my canned corn here? Let's open up my canned corn. Now, if you didn't have a spoon and a fork, what would your guy do? He would take the can of corn, and he would turn it upside down, and he would shake it and let the corn fall into his mouth, right? He kind of drinks it. But if you have a spoon or a fork, look what he does. So, why do I have a spoon and a fork? It makes my character feel more human to me. Does it do anything logistically? I don't know. I don't think so. But it certainly makes me feel like my guy is human again, you know? Like he's eating like a real person would, you know? So that's why I do that. That's why I do that. I try to do things that make me feel immersed, like my guy is trying to live, you know, the right way. Like he would still in the, you know, despite the apocalypse, so to speak. Well, we have no more books to read at our current level, to my knowledge. So let's go achieve some goals in the immediate area. Yeah, I sort of always have a spoon and fork on me. It's one of my favorite things. To the point where when I play with Frosty, he'll actually taunt me. He'll be like, I just found your favorite item, and he'll bring me a spoon or a fork, you know? I just think that they're critical to my character's happiness, even if they don't actually adjust his happiness levels, you know? Okay. That's the max, huh? Not enough room. It still has 4 hours of fire left. Well, we got plenty of firewood now. We caught something. Dead squirrel, fresh, uncooked. Add bait. So 1 squirrel got away and 1 squirrel was caught. So I was right. These traps don't have to be that far from my base if I'm going out on adventures. I already knew that, but now you know that. Sorry for my cough, guys. I think I'm getting worse. Fresh, uncooked butcher meat. Some rodent meat. Some rodent meat. Rodent meat. I love you, rodent meat. Alright. Create stew. Create soup. No, stew. Rodent meat stew. Delicious. Add salt. Add pepper. Add rodent meat. Add rodent meat. Add rodent meat. Delicious. Is that it? We're maxed out? I can't put no rotten bread in my rodent meat? You gotta be kidding me. Alright, so this is all, not all junk, but grab our peanut butter. Add bait. Add bait. Uncooked. About halfway done. Yo, see you later, Hylas. Yeah, maybe I have to take tomorrow off and go to the doctor, guys. We'll see. I'd hate to do that. I really would hate to do that. We're all out of peanut butter. That's too bad. We do have plenty of caca, though. It's okay. We got plenty of other stuff. Test the warm thing by leaving the food on top of the fire. Okay. Alright. Does the burning go up? It says better hot. No. It didn't work. It didn't work. I sped up time a little bit, and now it says better hot. So it did not work. Or it would say it was warm, right? It would say that it was fine. Maybe it's only for certain cookers. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Rat stew, guys, it was squirrel stew. How dare you rat stew my ass, dude? That was squirrel stew and you know it. Let's see, do we have any of these skills? Butchering, carving, welding, I doubt it. No, we have none of that. So the books we have are tragically, we're not able to read it. You sure it wasn't a mod, Mikey? What is Campfire 101, Canuckman? Always put it out. Yeah, always have a bucket of water nearby. Don't leave it unattended. And I disobeyed that to go check my traps. That's very true. My guy woke up right before bedtime. His neck bandage is still bandaged. Let's take a look at that neck wound. It's healed. So it wasn't that bad of a laceration. That's good news. We need to bring some adhesive bandages with us again, just in case. I have survived the neck wound, but for how long? For how long? I'm not having any symptoms yet. I think what we're going to do is we're going to eat one more meal, sleep through the night, And if we don't have any symptoms by morning, we're going to go back on our next mission. I think the price we pay for PZ now is worth it while in beta. It should more than double in full release, says Infinite Reach Ministries. Okay. I don't disagree with you. Let's see how much I don't disagree with you. Let's see here. You reviewed this game in 2023. Let's view my review. I'm not bitten. I'm big bited. You're the lone survivor of that amazing 90s office party on the 7th floor of the company building. Suddenly, the world around you turns to chaos. Your boss, Robert, just took a massive bite out of Barbara, his assistant. So I guess their affair is over? You spend the next several days trying to reach the bottom of the office tower, finding your way through coworkers. Your only source of happiness is a single cigarette and a half-full water bottle that says tainted, whatever that means. The developers of this game have such vivid imaginations that they capture the feeling of a single-player zombie survival experience perfectly. Oddly, this game builds on a routine framework for those familiar with the zombie survival genre, but it's entirely groundbreaking in its approach. I would absolutely recommend this game, especially for those highly sensitive to their character dying. This game will cure that ailment. It is also very fun with a friend or a group of friends, so be ready to embrace multiplayer. This game is actively developed and has been since 2013. The developer is very careful about their process, so sometimes there is a big wait between major updates, but this is a small studio with a lot of passion. This game would be a steal at $30 or below, but it is easily worth $50. If you see it on a discount below $30, you owe it to your friends to gift a few copies. That's my review of Zomboid. What's up, Sal? Good to see you, buddy. Resilient is the opposite of prone to illness. To answer you. Yeah, it's kind of a worthless trait, honestly, in 41, or I think maybe 42 also. My health overhaul mod makes it a much more important trait. So I guess I read that to you, Infinite Ministries, so that I could say, I think you're right. I think PZ is worth the money. A trap trait. It'd be nice if you could change the sound of the alarm, right? If they had different alarms. My extinction run. Well, I appear to have survived a laceration to the throat. That's the big drama that just occurred, but it appears that I'm better off for it. However, my crowbar is busted. Thankfully, I had 3. So here we go, back into the game. You like my weapon table? Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it's nice to put them on display. It really is. What's up, Matthias Fox? Welcome to the Cult of the Dead, buddy. I'm your host with the most, baby. I'm the Lich with the itch. The best Lich on Twitch, here to entertain you. Morokai the Lich, welcome to the show. Hello, my fellow undead. Hello. Welcome. How are you? Move your phylactery recently. Here's a gentle reminder to do so. Always keep it on the move. Stinky, stinky. Stinky, stinky. Stinky, stinky. I like his helmet. Oh, he bugged out. What does she got? A fillet knife? We'll take it. 9mm rounds. Oh, this guy is somebody. A pistol. Love to see that. Leather vest with patches. We'll take it. Crash helmet. We'll take it. Replacement boots. We'll take them. This was your friend, huh? Y'all were together. Now you're together forever. What games have you been playing, Marokai? Do you live stream on the Twitch? Drag a body or two off the road? No, I'm not going to be doing that. I'm trying to maintain my fitness for combat. In terms of calorie expenditure, I need my calorie expenditure to be entirely combat focused. Dead by Daylight. That's a great one. I just played that yesterday, the last 2 days. Gotta go. He came through a window and spooked me. Come on over here, boys. Unknown main. Oh, really? Unknown, huh? My main killer is probably Doctor. I love the Doc. He really tends to spook people, which I like. He gets under their skin. I don't think I've ever played Unknown. Are they powerful? I haven't yet played Vecna either. I own a bunch of the killers, but there's at least one sprinter. We gotta move. We gotta move. Unfortunately, we gotta move. When can you shift calories from combat to cleanup? This town, I probably won't be cleaning up the town. I will probably allow the town to rot away just because of the sheer number of zombie bodies. It's just the sheer number of corpses here. I don't know that I can shift focus. Yeah, I don't know if I'll be able to. I'll just have to drive slow through this area. That's really all there is to it. And remember to do so. Good night, Gumby. I hope we get the chance to game together soon. I'm glad to hear that you're back into PZ. That brings me joy. Over here, bucko. What is the objective as of now? We're trying to clear Phallus Lake. We're trying to clear this entire town so that we have full use of it and its resources. Gotta go. Will they not just come back? They will not respawn, no. But they will migrate, yes. They will migrate, yes. But they won't respawn if I keep visiting this area. They come in a horde when I fire one shotgun shell. Yeah, you don't want to, you don't want to, be shooting off guns unless you have an absurd amount of ammo. Or you know what you're doing. There's so many. We still have such a task ahead of us. We can't rest here. The odor is too bad. Is there value to adding in a stomp every now and then, even with a high durability weapon like crowbar? The benefit of adding in a stomp is your muscle strain doesn't just build up on your arms. That's the main reason you want to stomp occasionally. Yeah, it has less to do with durability. More to do with just making sure I don't strain out my arms. We wait 30 minutes after the lungs disappear. Alright, now we can go back to combat. Do you have to do that even with max fitness? Well, you certainly have to do it less. You certainly have to do it much less. She's got jack all and shit. Well, I wear the face covering mostly to stave off corpse sickness. Otherwise, I don't usually wear a face covering for my characters. Oh, the wait an extra 30 minutes. Yeah, I would still do it. If, Trajan P, what's up, dude? He says, are you a master at this game? Well, on this account, I have 2,225 hours on my personal account. I have another 2,000. I don't know, you tell me, buddy. I think I'm pretty good. But Zomboid has a way of humbling you. Zomboid will always find a way to humble you. You got to remember that, and you got to be careful. The minute you start thinking you're the master, the game says, oh yeah? Here to entertain you, murders on the menu, probably mine. We're playing Project Zomboid, the new 42.19 update. We are in the Extinction mode. Some of our zombies are sprinters. We're getting surrounded. Scissors, reading glasses. We'll take the scissors while we wait. Morokai. That's a unique name. It sounds Hebrew. Is it Hebrew? Are you an ancient Hebrew lich? You're Russian. Hello. Good to see you. How is Russia this time of year? Just curious what these guys have on them. Yeah, we already looked at the other guy. We got a drowsy Moodle. Whoa! He's bugged. Oh! You guys are misbehaving. You guys are misbehaving. All right, we're out of here. We're out of here. See you later, Infinite Reach Ministries. Thanks for coming by and watching the show. We will see you again soon. We're not far from the car, but we are going to take the moment to sit here.
Yeah.
At least until our lungs go away. There we go. It all went away. It all went away. Everything but tired went away, at least. Yo, what's up, curly-haired gamer? What's up, buddy? On this Steam account, which is my public Steam account, I have 2,225 hours on PZ. On my private account, which is just for me, I have another 2,000. That's where I first bought and played PZ. So in total, about 4,000. How about you, buddy? Have you found a rocket launcher in that time? No, sadly, there's no ordnance in the game. There's no grenades or rocket launchers. Well, technically, there are bombs, pipe bombs and stuff in the game. And, of course, with mods, you can have whatever you want. What's up, Mudassir Mohammed? Welcome to the Cult of the Dead, buddy. 3,086. Very nice, dude. Very nice. Sounds like you love the game about as much as I do, man. If you love the game, I highly recommend you check out my YouTube channel. Pretty much all I do is essays about the game or about mods in the game. I also have a channel for my machinimas and my shorts, but I just created those recently. So yeah, I mean, I talk about the updates, I talk about mods, I talk about the philosophy of the game and what I think about it, and I recommend you check it out. Almost had an oopsie poopsie there. I like mods, Morokai. I make mods as well. Mostly for our roleplay server that we do, though. Nope. Nothing yet on our traps. Nothing yet on our traps. Yeah, I love this game. I love this game. Yeah, I mostly make essay content about the game these days, but I also make machinima. Yeah, so we host this thing that we call the Dead Die Here, which is kind of like a Walking Dead style roleplay type thing. We have a 6-hour movie on it. I just re-uploaded all this stuff to my new Machinimas channel. But we have a 6-hour movie on it. I don't know if I can show this. Here we go.
Funny how life has a way of dragging you back to the scene of the crime. Even if it is a different kind of crime this time around. Ain't every day.
So yeah, we do this. This is the 6-hour movie called The Mall. That's season 1 of The Dead Die Here. And then we have 1, 2, 3 trailers for season 2. And then the first 2 episodes of season 2 are out. We've already finished filming season 3. So we're quite far ahead on our machinima compared to what I put out on YouTube.
You know, they laughed at Noah, every last one of them. Called him a fool, said he'd lost his mind. Man spent years building a boat when the skies was clear and the ground was dry.
Yeah, so this is the first trailer for season 2. I recommend you watch this stuff. This is all good stuff. Like I said, I just moved this to another channel because my old YouTube channel, or my channel used to have 700 videos, but I just unlisted or privated everything that's not my essays. So all you're going to find on here now are my essay content. Thank you for the follow, Mordecai. I appreciate that. That's the only thing on my main YouTube channel. Now I have a channel dedicated to my shorts and my machinimas. I literally just made that 2 days ago. So we are recruiting for season 4 of our roleplay server. It will start in January. Is this our first gun? We had a lot of ammo up until now, but I don't think we actually had a firearm. Now I think we actually have a firearm, chat. We have this pistol with Triton pistol sights. Yeah, we didn't have a gun before. We didn't have a gun before. This is our first gun. Even though we have, look at this, all of this ammo. Now, does any of this ammo fit this gun? I doubt it. 9 by 19. We have none of that. That's funny as hell, dude. So the one gun we have no ammo for. That's hilarious. That is so totally me in Project Zomboid. That's perfect. Hold on, I don't like this. I feel like you would not have it pointed at you. You would have it where it would be easy to pick up. Alright. We're agitated, probably because we're bloody. That pile of ammo is an engineer's dream, though. I bet. You can make so many bombs out of that. There we go. Eat some pickles. What else we got? Some rotten bread, some pack of hot dogs stale, 2 stale hams. Let's slice our ham. All we have is rotten bread, right? We don't have any more good bread. That's crazy. That's too bad. Some rotten bologna. Oh, looky. We did have rounds in our backpack that we forgot about. We did have rounds. What happened? Oh, I moved before we could place it. I see. Good night, Squiddy girl. Good night. My main hobby is making old medieval weapons. We were just talking about medieval history because that is what I studied at university, is medieval European history and ancient history. That is what Old Deader is trained to talk about. But there's not a ton of like money-making opportunities in knowing about history. Or at least not ones that I wanted to pursue. Really what I wanted was to be a history entertainer and to educate people on history. Kind of doesn't look like it would sit properly on that TV. It kind of looks like it would fall behind it, but whatever. Actually, you know what? We can make it look right. It just occurred to me. We put it like that. We rotate it kind of like that. There it goes. Now it looks like it's sitting properly on top of the TV, leaning up against the wall. Yo, what's up, 610 Hobbies? Hello. Good to see you, buddy. Let's read TV monthly and get rid of our anxiety. It did not help. Now it did. American Cavalry Saber. Hell yeah, dude. Quite the weapon. Quite the weapon. Your gaming rig is ready? Says 610 Hobbies. What are you talking about, bud? I've got rigs already. I wouldn't mind another one. If I had another rig, what I would do is I would put it on Pinky's side of the studio, and I would hire my childcare, my nanny. I would hire her daughter to come edit for me on YouTube, like make YouTube shorts all day. That's what I would do with another rig. That's what I would do. I would have Pinky teach her Adobe Premiere Pro and edit for us all day. Yo, see you later, Morokai. Oh, it looks like a gaming rig? This TV does? Oh, yeah, with all my shit, my gun in front of it. Speaking of my gun. Now that we know we have ammo for this bad boy, let's gear her up. Not a lot of ammo, but enough. Enjoy your studies. Get good at life. I implore you, do not give up. Rotten chicken feet. Hold on, let's look at our bag again. Let's take this, this, this. Spanky! Spanky! Spanky coming out of nowhere with the Twitch Prime, baby. Thank you, Spanky. Thank you. Spanky, thank you. Appreciate you all the way. Without subs, I'd be real broke. Thank you every single day. Thank you, Spanky. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Happy June to you as well, Spanky. Hope the kiddo is going well. There's a comment in the YouTube chat. You need to procure a gaming chair. This is my gaming chair. This is my gaming chair. We call this the fabled monoblock. I'm a big guy. I'm kind of tall. And I break every chair that I get. So I decided to stop spending money on fancy chairs. Dude, Circuit City. Long time no see, Circuit City. Long time no see. Well, it's already 4:50. If we go to sleep now, we're going to lose some daylight in the morning. We should probably get to cooking. What you been up to, Spanky? What are you gaming? Do you have any time for gaming? Nice bones. Look at the bones. No caffeine pills or coffee. We have both. But my guy will go to bed at 7. So we don't really, no, we don't want to do that. I'm just going to cook up these wieners. At 7 p.m., is he a child? Hey, I go to bed at 7 p.m. in real life, dick. I go to bed at 7 and I usually wake at 3 or 4 a.m. It's great. especially if you have kids, because you wake up earlier than everyone else. There's a lot of shit you can get done before all your responsibilities kick in. You got burnt alive? Stop, drop, and roll, baby. Stop, drop, and roll. How to survive a tiger attack. This is critical reading in the hour before my bed. What mode are you playing? Have you done Extinction mode yet? It's in the title, Bulldozer. I'm playing Extinction mode right now. And I'm on my multiple-th attempt of it. We're at 19 days and 9 hours survived, just over 500 zombies killed. We are trying to clear out Phallus Lake. We got 20 minutes until bedtime. Might as well just keep eating ham. That alarm means it's time for bed. Let's go to bed with a full belly. Let's sleep. Yo, what's up, Valkyrie? Good to see you again. Good to see you. Good to see you. We sleep around the same times, but in reverse, says Moon Ninja. Playing WoW, but I have a little time. Just a little. Just a little. All right, we woke up before our alarm about 30 minutes early, guys. Yo, Valkyrie, welcome back to the Cult of the Dead. I'm glad you're among us here. That's amazing. Thank you so much. I'm so glad you're back with us. It's been so nice to see you in the chat again. Suited and booted. That's our wake-up alarm. Like I said, our alarm went off early, or we woke up early, rather. Let's put this paper back where it belongs. Well, well, well. Meat bags, meat bags, meat bags. Oh, meat bags. Look at what time it is. I'm dead tired. I need to stop for a bit and go dig up some old friends. So finish your homework. Be in by 9. But most importantly, and this goes out especially to Valkyrie, tell your mothers I said hello. Auf Wiedersehen, ihr Lieben. I will see you all again tomorrow, I think, unless I go to the ER for this cough thing. I will see you all again tomorrow for more Project Zomboid. If you haven't already, I highly recommend that you join us on the Discord. No, I was not playing with any car mods or any mods at all, Bulldozer. I was playing vanilla today. Thank you to each and every fan of the show. I appreciate your loyalty, your commitment, and your generosity. Welcome to our newest initiates of the dead, the meat bags that hit the follow button over on Twitch and joined the Cult of the Dead. It was great to have all of these wonderful names show up for the first time and join us. And great to have Valkyrie back here and among us. Thank you as well to It's Kaito and Spanky Final for the resubs today. Thank you to Poison Heart, our executive producer, for keeping the show going in all the ways that you do. Really appreciate that, Poison Heart, and your gift sub to Nightbot earlier. That was kind of funny. Much love to you guys. Migs, thank you for the sub. If you haven't joined us on Discord, use the Discord command in the chat to do so, guys. I will see you all again soon. Thanks.